Alrighty, so we got a new little box in the corner there, so I don't know if I'll leave it there or not, but there it is. Alright, oh, also, I had it muted, but there's a little bit of background music for us. Oh, maybe that'll make things a little less boring. Okay, so what I'm going to do, and that music should not get my stream silenced in a VOD or anything like that, if I ever turn those on Twitch, because it's streaming a YouTube channel that literally says on the screenshot of the let me see here. I gotta maximize the window that's attached to. I think it's this one. I gotta change my source. Here. Yeah, it's in the title down here. Let me see. You can't see through me, but oops, wrong thing. Webcam. Turn me off for a second. Yeah. Copyright free music, so hopefully that will, or I guess, yeah. Well, you can't even see my mouse in that, can you? Interesting. Anyway, yeah. Can you see my mouse normally? Okay, down here you can. Up in the other browser you couldn't. That's weird, but anyhow. Okay, so I spent a little bit on this project today, and it's weird with me looking up like that because, yeah, I have two monitors that are stacked, ultra wides, and eventually I want to rearrange my desk so they're side by side instead of one hanging way in the air. But for now, that's what it is. So, alright, let's get into what I figured out on this. So last night I left off, or early this morning, I left off with a broken project with getting, let's see, it was, where did my code go? I just closed it. The player input handler and the tank controller were not playing nice. So what I finally figured out was that I changed up my player input handler. I think it was called something else, and I since renamed it, and we drastically streamlined things here. So I got rid of that. I had a interface implemented that I didn't need to. We put some methods in the update. So these methods get called every frame. And what they do is they update values that we cached not here. Let's see. Okay, no, what we're doing is we're taking the input and we're passing it to we're firing an event, and that event is subscribed to by the tank controller script methods, and we're passing in these values. So we're passing in our movement vector from our either the WASD keys or the controller left stick. We're passing in our turret rotation, and it's based on, if we're using a gamepad, then we have a certain type of vector 2, and if it's not, if we're using the mouse, then we're going to use we're going to pass in the mouse world position that we're using this helper method to generate. I could have just put it in here, but whatever. So we get our mouse's current position. We change the Z value of that vector 3. We have a mouse world position then of a vector 2 that is a main camera to screen world point based on the mouse position that we generated here, and then we return this mouse world position, and then we pass that into the the subscribe method to the on aim turret event. We also have a get shoot that if our menu is not paused and the player presses the fire button, then which is either the left mouse button or the right trigger on the controller, then we invoke the on shoot event, and similarly for the pause event, and then we have an on device change that handles whether or not we're using the gamepad, and that is actually subscribed to by our player input component. And I actually am still not convinced that we need that in here, because so I have the player input here and here. This one doesn't count. This one doesn't count. The name of the file doesn't count. And everything below that is player input actions, not player input. So I'm not convinced that that reference needs to be there. See, we're passing a different one in down here. So yeah, I think that's actually going to go away. So we should not need that. Okay, so our tank controller then, and I reorganized the properties and variables and things up here, added some, oh, I forgot to pop out my Twitch chat. Let me see if I gotta find my browser window that has Twitch chat in it. This one, no, it's not. We don't need that, and I'm just gonna close that for now. And oh, here we go. I found it. Okay. Well, nobody's here anyway, so, or at least nobody that's talking in chat. Let me just make that a little bit bigger. Slide that over there. Okay. Now, if somebody does pop in and says hi, maybe I'll be able to see them. All right, so I'm just going to go over this anyway because this is also being recorded as a VOD for YouTube. So, we have a, let's see, look at all the properties we had. Okay, here's our settings for our tank. We have, this is just for them for informational purposes in the editor, the inspector. We have our methods that we are, actually this is not in the right place. This settings header should be here, and this should be, I'm just going to change this to events. Okay. Actually this isn't. This tank colliders is, why do I even have a tank colliders array? Okay, I think that is supposed to ignore collision. Yeah, that's for ignoring collision on ourself when we shoot. Not sure. That's from our old script, and I haven't messed with this at all, but we're going to leave it there. Okay, so anyway, this actually is not a setting. What is wait, this isn't settings. I actually don't need that there. That's private fields. That doesn't even show up in the inspector. The events do. Okay. That's fine. We're like that. That's good. Alright, so then we have our reload timer. What references do we have? to this. HUD pickup. Why does pickup have access to the reload? Oh, because it gets modified by certain pickups. That's why. Alright, so we got our tank colliders. We have on start we invoke the on reloading event for some unknown reason. Because I don't have anything subscribed to that event, and I'm pretty sure I don't really need it, other than we may add a sound effect for that. So I guess we'll leave it for now. I think I said that last time too. So our update method just basically handles whether or not we can shoot, and if we can, then we invoke that method. Basically, it just turns the little green light on the back of the tank. Alright, so here's the important part. Now we have our methods down here for handling turret rotation, and we have a bunch of stuff in our fixed update. So first of all, we had the tank body rotation in there. That worked the whole time. We left that alone. So then we have a turret rotation section, and we start out by checking to see if basically if the component that this instance of the script is attached to is the player, by seeing if it has a player input handler script on it, which is that other one we just looked at, and that is only attached to a player. So if it is, then we check and see if we're using the gamepad. If we are, we do this, we figure this target angle, this little mathematical function, and then we call rotate to angle, and we pass the target angle in. And rotate to angle is a little helper method that does these two lines of code, which rotates the turret, and that is actually done 3 different ways in the script. So that first one is with the gamepad. If we're not using the gamepad, we're using the mouse. So with the mouse, we actually want to do we're using this turret direction value that we cached, well, target position, I'm sorry. So we use the aim direction that we cached for wait a minute. Why is this aim direction? I'm not going to change it because this script is actually working. I think this should say turret direction. I'm going to leave it alone. Yeah, I feel like that should have said turret direction or target position, maybe. No. No, I think that is right. We're getting the turret direction for the target angle, because before we used the aim direction to figure target angle. So we're using turret direction to figure the target angle this time. And then no, okay, this is right, because aim direction is a different value for this than it is for this. Because this is getting information from this mouse world position, where the other one is getting the input value vector 2D. So it's 2 different, it's still a vector 2, but it's different. Okay. So, and then if the tank controller is not on a object that also has a player input handler, then it's an enemy tank, and it's just going to use basically the same thing as the mouse was using, because before I was using the same method to control enemy and player tanks, but this time we're using target position that's being passed in from this handle enemy turret rotation, and that's actually assigned on this I think it's on the enemy AI script, where we are where did I call that? Oh, wait a minute. We're passing in. Wait. What's calling the handle enemy turret rotation? Let me look, because I don't remember. Come on, what are you doing? Give me my prefab. There we go. So, yeah, on the enemy AI, oh, duh. I'm sorry. So, what it is the enemy AI has an on-aim turret event that is using its the handle enemy turret is subscribed to. That's what it is. Okay. I changed direction in the way I was working across my tabs here, and I got myself confused. So these methods are getting data from here, and the on-aim turret event, which is right here, is passing its target position to this, which is being cached and being used by this. Yeah, so I was going, instead of going from left to right as far as where data, or from right to left where data was going to, I needed to go from left to right for where data was being passed from script to script. That's where I messed myself up, and it may or may not make any sense to anyone, but anyhow, let's see. So then after that, I got stuck on where an enemy, I got the player controller working, and then I got stuck where an enemy AI would move around, chase the player down, but it wouldn't shoot him. So that winds up being handled by this player detector script that's attached to this player detector object on the enemy. And the part that I was stuck with was in this check target visibility method. So the old script used, let's see if I can make this to where they both fit on the screen. Okay, so the old one, we used a physics 2D raycast, and had a start position, a direction, a range. Excuse me, I got hiccups. I need to drink something. And we had a layer mask, which we actually had multiple layer masks checked for that. However, that whole method, and we had some kind of weird bit shifting thing going on here because of the way layer masks work, and I had gotten this from a tutorial somewhere when I did this originally, and that just worked. However, that does not work in the new version of Unity apparently. So what I wound up doing, let me just move this back out of the way, was I changed to, I'll just minimize that. I changed to this collider.raycast. So what I did was up here I cached a hit objects array. It's just a very, very small array, so I didn't use a bunch of memory up for it. And basically we're just going to check for two things, or actually one. So it's only going to hold one element, the first thing it hits, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to say if hits is greater than 0, which means we hit something. Oh, in this one, the collider is always the start position. So our end position is the target position minus our transform position. Or maybe that's a direction, I'm sorry. And then a hit objects is the out. So we're outputting anything we hit in that direction for this range. And then, so if hits is greater than 0, we're just going to return if hit objects 0, which is the only thing we would have. If the collider that we hit and the game object it's attached to has a tag of player, then we're going to return that as true, else it's going to return false. And then otherwise, if hits is equal to 0, then it's going to return false anyway. So that fixed our problem with that. So let's just go ahead and actually run the game once and just play for a few minutes. How about that? So I'm going to use keyboard and mouse right now. Those gunshots are loud. I'm going to sneak up here and grab this box. You know what? Why don't I make this a little bit bigger for you? How about that? That might make a little more sense. So you can see they're targeting me all the time, but they're not shooting at me yet. So I'm going to try to sneak down here. Whoop, wrong direction. You will notice that they can damage each other. I'm going to die. Yeah, I died. Okay, now the thing is we don't have the end screen pop up yet when we die, so we got to fix that. So why don't we handle a couple things here? First of all, let's fix some stuff. So I have a couple things actually going on. I did not want to do that. Put that back down there. So we're gonna, as soon as I stop messing up my editor window, let's do a couple things. So let's go through our menu system, and we have a game over menu that does not pop up yet. So we need a game over condition, for one thing. So I think what we need to do is, I think our player has a health script attached to it. Okay, there's a damageable script. It has an extra empty event on it for some reason. Let's see. Let's just jump into our player real quick. So we have an on hit, on heal, on dead. Okay, so we have an on dead. So on dead we create our destroy audio and a destroy effect, and we have a player destroy helper that does some stuff. We're going to do one more thing here. We're going to grab our, actually go back out of here. Click on the player. We're just going to lock that inspector once. We're going to grab our menu system. Where'd it go? Yeah, we're gonna oh, you know what? I can't do that way because the menu system is not a prefab. It's not even in the same scene. So I have to do that differently. Let's go look at our damageable script. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. We have... I haven't looked at this yet for a while, so I'm kind of... got to figure this out as I go. Let's see. So... we have... current HP has a public getter setter. We have an on HP change event. We have and we're going to pass in our HP. So we have an on dead event. I think we need to use a C# event for this instead of a Unity event. So, and we have on HP change, and we pass in the data, which we do here, which is a float of our current HP divided by our max HP, which is just a percentage basically. And we use that to update our health on our UI in the game. And we're gonna work on that after a bit here too, I think. But so we have references to our level manager and our HUD. Now I could do a temporary thing here where, being that I'm just doing single player, and I may go ahead and do this for now, is I can put a method. I'm going to rename this. Actually, hang on. I need to rename it this way. So, let's see. So I can make a method in level manager that we pass information to, and say, you know, whenever the player dies, right? So we have wherever we invoke on dead, which is right here. And we do a couple different things. So we say if this is the enemy, because this damageable script is attached to a bunch of things, right? So if our, well, I say a bunch. Well, actually it is. It's also attached to our destructible objects in the environment. So what I want to think about though is when the player dies, right? So I could do a level manager. Now I have a thing where I update the kill count. I spawn tanks when an enemy dies. But what I could just do here, and I think, does our level manager have a reference to the, I think I'm going to close this input handler and stuff for the player and the tank controller, because those I've done mess with today, the player thing. So I'm on the level manager and our menu system, and then we're also going to look at the way spawn points work. So our level manager really doesn't do much right now. It has a game over delay, which is fine. The spawn points is an array that we have reference to, we use for spawning. And then basically whenever we call spawn tanks, we call spawn points random.add to queue. I'm curious about something. What is my setup in that scene? I can unlock my inspector too. Come on. Scene level 1. Alright, so my spawn points doesn't have a script. All of my spawn point prefabs have a script. Right, so the spawn point script has a reference to the prefab, have a spawn delay, initial value. We have a float spawn delay that is basically our counter. We have a spawn queue game object. We have a spawn rotation. Spawn facing direction is a spawn rotation. This is just an enum. This is the actual object property of the spawn point. So basically we're telling the spawn point which direction we want the tank to be facing when it spawns, just by setting this this value in the inspector. It gives us a drop down of that, if you're not familiar with the way enums work. Let's see, and then so on awake, spawn queue is a new queue game object. We reset the spawn delay, and then on update we say if spawn queue does not equal null and the spawn queue dot count is greater than 0, okay, so what's happening is when our level manager, it's calling the add to queue on whatever particular spawn point it chooses at random out of this array. So on that individual spawn point, whichever random one, it calls add to queue. So basically the spawn queue adds a tank to queue, and then it'll spawn a tank, but there is a delay between spawns. Okay, so that's how spawn, and I'm fine with the way spawning works there. That's fine. And we have a reset spawn delay. So the rest of our update is if spawn delay is greater than 0, we're just going to subtract time from our spawn delay counter, and then if it's less than or equal to 0, because it can actually go below 0 between frames, then we're going to instantiate a tank, set its transform position to this spawn point's position, set the rotation on the tank. So we're basically we're passing that tank to the set rotation helper method, and then we're going to do a check and see if it's, and I could actually change that big if else thing to a switch statement and do cases, but whatever. It's fine. It does the same thing. There might be some minor technical difference in how efficient one is over the other, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Basically, we're just setting the Z rotation on the tank transform, and then we're returning it. And then we're going to dequeue the spawn, dequeue this tank from the spawn queue, and then reset the spawn delay. Now the thing is, there's a 2-second delay between spawns per spawn point. So you could get to a point where you're killing so many enemies at one time real fast with only 4 spawn points on the map that you could have a backup of how many enemies are still going to spawn. So I don't know that that's actually necessary. I could actually handle all of this timing in the level manager instead of having all the individual spawn points manage it. I could have the spawn delay. Well, the thing is, having multiple spawn points handled at once, they'll spawn the tanks faster than if you just have one script handling the timer and then handling the spawn. Okay, so that's fine. We'll leave it like that. However, I do want to add one thing to our level manager as far as settings. Now, once again, we're gonna add some headers here. So we're gonna do header, and we're gonna call this first one object references. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're just going to duplicate this a couple times. We're going to add some space, and then we're going to change the second one to settings, and then we're going to do editor info. Do not what did I say on that other file? I said do not something. What was that on? Was that on the tank controller? Do not change. Yeah, I want to put that in there. Okay, so then we're going to have our game over delay on settings. We're going to have our spawn points on game object references. And we're going to have our kill count under editor info, but we're going to add another setting. We're going to add a let's just duplicate this. We're going to change this to an integer, and we're going to have an enemy cap. I edited the wrong thing. That was a waste. Private int enemy cap. And we're going to probably default that to, say, for our easy level. Let's say 10. And that might be even more than we want, but that's fine. Actually, let's not say 10. Let's say 2 per spawn point. Let's say 8. All right. So then what we're going to say in spawn tanks is we're going to say if... Oh, we also need to... Oh, we need to do a couple other things here. So... Let me think. I think we might make the level manager a prefab. I think that's what we might do. Because our spawn points are already a prefab, that's fine. I think when we're going to make the level manager a prefab so we can actually use a method or put a event subscriber in here for that on player death. So I think our level manager does need a reference to the main menu. So what we'll do is we'll say private help if I can spell menu system menu because we're going to want to call that pause method. So we do a menu system menu, and then in awake we do menu equals get component menu system, and it's not get component. That was we're gonna do find object of type menu system. And I think we can do it this way. Do I need to put this in here? No. So type of. Ha! Found it. We could find object by name, but I want to do it specifically by menu system, and that's going to be a singleton anyway, so we can do that. And then, so we have a reference to our menu. The menu will be able to call instance because, actually, wait, do I even, no, I forgot. Because it's a singleton, I don't have to, what did I just do? I'm going to leave the awake method there for now, but I don't have to have a reference to the menu system in here because it's a singleton. I can just call menu system.instance. I'm an idiot. Okay. So basically then, I need a method in here. So I need public void. We're just going to call this endgame. And what we're going to do is we're going to call menu system dot instance dot end game, and when we do that, I don't know if we're going to pass data to it or not. That method does not exist yet. So we're going to add it in here. We're going to say public void endgame. And whenever we do endgame, actually, first, before we even call that method, we're going to say time.timescale equals 0. And then we're going to wait. So I have a game over delay. This can actually we can just make this I enumerator, I think. Did I spell it wrong? Enumerable? There we go. And we're going to yield, return, new, wait for seconds, game over delay, and then we're going to call this menu system method. Now, there's a couple other things we got to do there that we did in our other version of the game. So, in here, we had a, was it in HUD? No. It was in Game Manager, I think. Yeah, because I had the game over delay, I had a reference to the score, the game over screen, all that stuff. Yeah, so when we pass our method to the game over delay, we need to pass in the final score. So when I did game over, I invoked the endgame method down here, which set the time scale to 0, set the game over screen to active to true, but I updated this score.text on this here, which was a reference to the score.text on the game manager is a reference to this text thing on this final score screen, which I have to actually turn this game over screen on to show it. Okay, so on the game over screen here, we had our game over text, although I don't know why I can't see that. That's a little weird. Oh, yes I do. There. We have the main menu button, we have a final score that has a text, and that text right there is just those number, well actually it's, yeah, that whole text right there, not just the numbers. So we updated that on this screen. So what we need to do is a similar thing here, except how we're going to do it is a little different. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in the kill count, and then I'm going to go here, and this endgame method is going to take an int score, and then so the first thing we're going to do here, and actually I set time scale to 0 in the other thing here, which this is fine. I just have to remember that because all the other places I changed time scale going in and out of menus was in this menu system script. So time scale's already 0. We're gonna make is paused to true. because it's not technically a pause, but the, let's see, what did we, let's see, I'm gonna go to prefabs. Probably can't even do this right now because it's, okay, it let me. We got errors because I didn't finish what I was doing there. We're just gonna save the scene and go back to main scene once. Maybe. There we go. I want to see our game over menu that I created because I don't remember what it looked like. Okay, for one, that's huge. And the reason being is because for some reason I didn't save this when I changed it. This needs to be scale of screen size 1280 by 720, match height or width, and do that. So now technically when this comes up, this will be disabled. So that's just going to come up over top of our game, which we don't have a level loaded in right now. So technically I could just drop this in here just so we can see what it'll look like. So like we have a pause menu. If we bring that up, it's going to be like that. I might raise those up. I'm not sure. We'll worry about that later. But turn that pause menu back off. So this is what our game over menu looks like. And then we also are going to have to, in our menu system, get a reference to this score box right here. So I'm just going to copy this text actually. Menu, and then go back in here. So is pause is going to be true, and then we're going to do let's see, time scale is already 0. We're going to do game over screen, game over menu dot set active. It's going to be true. And then I'm going to see if we can actually update our text. Let me go add a reference to that. This is going to be a Text Mesh Pro. Or is it TM Pro? No, Text Mesh Pro UGUI final score. It'd help if I actually did this right. Okay. And we're going to say final score.text equals, and we're going to paste that in there. Except for this is going to be plus score. Okay. So then in here we need to set a reference to what did I break? Oh, I forgot to add this. So if yeah, I'll come back to that. That should clear this up. Yes, I created a value, never used it. Okay. So let's turn this off. Go to our menu system. We're going to assign our score to this. Nice. Let's make this a little bit bigger, and let's go ahead and run our game once. Oh, yeah. We got to actually load the level in first. Nope. Remove scene. You can't just click delete, apparently. My main menu's not on either. That doesn't help. Turn on the main menu canvas. Now play. Select level. I also need to make that loading screen larger. So here's what we're going to do. We're just going to kill a couple tanks real quick. Oh yeah, you can shoot bullets out of the air. So there's a score of 1. Let's get one more here, maybe. There's 3. And I'll probably die here soon, but alright, just for the sake of getting this over with and testing. We died. Now, time.timescale did not go to 0. I know why. I forgot to tie in our level manager method to our player on death event. That's why. So we go to prefabs, go to our player, and we have our level manager in here, but we're going to go down to our on dead. We're going to do that. We're going to drag our level manager prefab in there, because you can do that with prefabs. Level manager, and we should have a oh, you know what, I bet you because it's an IEnumerable I can't do that, so I might have to do that a little differently, because I should have an end game method. I think I ran into that before. Okay, not a big deal. We refactored the way we do things just a little bit. Instead of IEnumerable here, we just do a void. Wait, did we not? Oh, I gotta take this out. That's all. We get rid of that. But what we're actually going to do here is we're going to call invoke, and we're going to invoke open game over screen after delay. I have an extra space in there, and we're going to do that after our game over delay. So then what we're going to do is we're going to make a private, not like that, Private void. What I call it, open game. I'm just going to copy that. And we take this method and put it in here. And then this music's actually kind of nice. Alright, we're done compiling. So now we have our level manager in here. Oh, come on. Player, level manager, end game. Yeah, you cannot pass IEnumerable methods, return methods to Unity events, apparently. So, with that prefab updated, we can come in here and don't really need to see this anymore. We can just go ahead and run a game. I'm just going to kill one and then die, so this doesn't take forever. Oh, well, man, die quickly. Time scale still did not go to 0. So that's interesting. And you know why? I don't. Well, for one, I didn't set a game over delay. But yeah, time scale did not go to 0 because my tanks are still moving, so there's that. I don't know why my time scale didn't go to 0. Also, I need to set a default game over delay. I'm just going to do 1 second, see how it feels. But I don't understand why. So let's look at the player prefab in level 1. Save my changes. So level managers are prefab. That's cool. My player has an on-dead event. Oh, that's why. Yeah, that don't work. I'm just going to drag this level manager in here and call level manager in game. So that's actually why it didn't work. We're going to go up here, we're going to take our overrides and we're going to apply all. And so here's another thing on our tank. We have all these settings we can change with upgrades that the player can pick up. And I think what we're going to actually do is do set preset levels of upgrades that you can get throughout a game. Maybe 3 levels each or something. I don't know. I have to think about that. That's going to be a polishing item that we do. Probably the last week of development for class, which is going to be in 3 to 4 weeks. But that should fix up a lot of that. So let's go, let's save our scene, jump back into main scene, hit play. I died, but here's the important thing. The tanks froze. The game over score screen came up. It had my final score, and I can hit try again, or I can quit. Now, I don't think I have any functionality built into that yet. And also, I'm noticing that all of these shoot audio, hit effect things are living in the hierarchy and not being destroyed. So at some point we will build a system that puts those into an object pool that can be reused and will be not having the hierarchy cluttered up and filling up a bunch of memory. But basically all of these, right, so I have the shoot audio, hit effect, hit audio, shoot audio, hit effect. Yeah, all the audio things just live in the center of the screen. But I have multiple hit effects. So if I zoom in, like, yeah, so I have hit effect, hit effect, hit effect. I have my destroy effect as the big one. So maybe all those actually do exist in that screen, because there's multiple things being instantiated whenever explosion happens, or a you know, an enemy gets destroyed or tank gets destroyed, whatever. So here's a question though. On my menu system, did I build in any functionality to my game over menu? So I have a restart button. Yeah, it doesn't have anything here. So that needs to make a lot of things happen. The quit button, however, also does nothing. So at this point, we're just going to end or exit the game. We're going to take our quit button. We're going to open this. We're going to call menu system, and we're going to call quit to main menu. Also, I think I want to change the text on this from quit to quit to menu. Same for on the pause menu. And then on the main menu, quit button, I want that to say exit game. Now let's say quit game. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Alright, so that's cool. So we added functionality to the quit button on the end screen, the game over screen. The restart button has to do a couple things. So and we also need to make some comments in our code here. So there's a couple other things we need to do. When we set this time scale to 0, and we do our invoke open game screen after delay method, now I think this will run in another thread while we continue this method. So I think I'm going to put this here. But what we're going to have to do is we're going to run our save system to add score to high scores. So we'll do that. But we'll worry about that next week. Okay. All right, so the next thing I think I want to do, I'm also doing audio stuff. Let's actually look at our dock here. So that's bright, sorry. So we have our controls, and I spent way more time than 4 hours on that. We have enemy spawning. It's kind of built in. We might change the way that works. We'll see. Well, we are going to implement a enemy spawning cap, which we'll do that momentarily. So we have a scoring system that shows up on the screen. We got that. That's in place. We have audio in place, not in our menu, but it's in place. We have special effects. I do want to add a little something to the power up, the pickups. When we pick up items for power ups, that will let's say, I don't know, some kind of particle effect, and maybe a sound to go with it. I need to check and see if I have an event attached to those that I can tap into and just make that stuff happen. So levels, we can load our level in. We might see if we can work on doing that restart level tonight. So but other than that, everything for this week is actually done. I just didn't do it in 16 hours. So right now we've been streaming for just a little over an hour, almost an hour and a half. My first stream was 4.5 hours, and my second stream was about 3 hours, I think. And I had maybe a half an hour in between those two where I actually did anything on the project. So we'll call that 8. And then I had about 6 hours. Maybe actually I did do it in 16 hours. It's just some of this time actually went into this because I spent, I probably spent almost 8 hours. Before the stream. So no, maybe I'm at about 17.5 hours because this took a little longer to fix than I anticipated. And also enemy movement. I spent a little of that time on, which, okay, so next week's requirements. we are planning on the high score screen. We're going to flesh that out a little bit. We're going to do the volume adjustments, and we want to implement multiple levels. Now, I may actually start on those levels tomorrow or Saturday, because I might actually even do the settings or the high score this weekend. Maybe Saturday, maybe Sunday, because these will be fairly quick. Basically, I'm just going to go open my puzzle cube project, look at that, because I've implemented these things there. I don't have multiple levels anywhere yet, so we're kind of figuring that out in this project. But the audio and the scoring, I can have most of that done and maybe another level done before we even get into next week's schoolwork or school week. So that would be nice if I had that done ahead of time. Now, the non-functional requirements, though, the user interface to be intuitive, easy to navigate. So part of that is going to be when we're working on the settings and the high score screen, we are also going to be making it so that when you open and close menus, there is automatically a button selected, probably the top one, or maybe the back button is automatically selected for controller input, and that is going to be necessary for for full controller support for Steam. I do know that. And then the save system actually goes behind this. So these are kind of out of order here, but so this is kind of a polishing up of adjusting volume levels and seeing high scores. This is actually a prerequisite to this. So I need to save the score to somewhere before I can get this. And we also are going to have our audio settings are going to get saved as well. So we have to do that. I don't expect this to take 18 hours. Well, I take that back. This one, we'll see. I got to put together some new tile maps with some sprites, and that I'm not that great at that. That'll take me a few minutes, well, a couple hours to get everything set up and working properly. So then in Sprint 3, we are looking at no more functional requirements at that point are going to be worked on. We're going to work on polishing up with making the UI work across different resolutions. So we'll run an actual build, test it on different screens. I probably won't be able to do that on stream, but well, technically I guess I could. I have another monitor here I could plug in. It's 1080p. The ones I'm using now are 1440. So that is something we can play with. The difficulty settings across levels, we can work on balancing those the final week, and then some code cleanup, refactoring, fill out the comments. That's last part is particular for maintainability. So, and then that should be our single player experience for this game that will be ready to put up on Steam. So, one other thing I need to do this week. Is get some gameplay clips and screenshots for Steam page and get that put up as soon as possible. And I've recently gotten some recommendations about hiring a graphical artist for making the capsules, the thumbnails for Steam, for the library artwork and things. So I may or may not reach out to someone on Fiverr or something like that and see if I can find a thumbnail artist that would be interested in doing something like that. Yeah, so alright, so let's do some more work. Save my scene here. Alright, so what did I say we were going to work on? Oh, in-game UI. Let's do that. So let's go into our level. So we have a UI manager that has a stats panel that has some stuff in it. We don't really need this game view in this particular part of our work. So I think I may also change the way the player spawns in. Right now they just exist in the level. What I might do is make an array of player spawn points and put them in the level manager, and then on start it'll just pick one at random and then put the player in it, and that actually will also lend itself very well to multiplayer. So I think that's a good idea. So for instance, let's actually work on that. So this is actually going to be called enemy spawn points. And then we're actually going to duplicate that. At least for this one. We're going to call it player spawn. Points. And then we'll just move it around. So this is our northern one, and if you notice that spawn facing direction has an S, that means it's facing south. Now these spawn points are actually not going to have a spawn point script, I don't think. They're just going to be transforms, so we can actually remove, we can unpack these. No, actually, better idea. We just set these to 0, and we set the tank prefab. We're gonna rename this to tank prefab instead of enemy tank, and we're just gonna call it, or we're just gonna put the player in there. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah. So if we go to our script, spawn point, and we just take this and just change it to tank prefab. Yeah. And none of this, I forgot to change this. I have one more error somewhere. So what'll happen is we just don't call those NQ or DQ, whatever, we don't queue up spawns on these particular spawn points. That's what'll happen. And I gotta wait for that to finish. Okay. So these 4 get 0 spawn delay, and the game object for these is going to be the player, right? And then what we'll do is we'll move them around. So this one's going to be south facing. I think I'm going to throw this one here. We have the eastern one where the tank faces west. I'm going to put it here. We have a south point that the player faces north. I think I'm actually going to put it here. And then the western one where the player faces east. I'll just put it right where the player's at right now. So we have this player faces north there, player faces west there, the player there faces south, and that one faces east. We could actually have them face south. And these don't have to be given directional names. They can just be 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't matter. They can be named all the same thing as far as that goes. So that one the player faces south, that one the player faces north, that one the player faces west, and that one the player faces east. Nope, they face south. Actually, let's make that one face east. So now what we can do is we can go to our level manager and we can go into our script and we can add a reference to a array of player spawn points. So we will duplicate this. We will actually name this enemy spawn and we will name this player spawn. Right? And then our start. Okay, so all the existing spawn points in the game, let's actually do this. Let's just make that spawn points. And then we're going to rename all of our references to enemy spawn points. Hit enter. Okay. And then this method we're actually going to rename spawn enemy tanks. And this method gets called on damageable whenever an enemy tank gets destroyed. It just spawns 2 more tanks. Okay, so now we're going to make a private method for start. Private void spawn player. Again, the reason I'm doing it this way is to add the capability of when we go multiplayer. This will tie in rather nicely to that, I think, the way I'm imagining it's going to work. So, and if I have to, I'll just make this public. So, no big deal. I don't need this update method, I don't think. And so in start, we're going to spawn the players. So what I'll be able to do later is just add a for loop right there. So what I'll do, actually I'll just even call it spawn players, and we can modify this later to access a player count from the menu. Is what we'll be able to do. So let's do We need to random. So basically, I'm just going to take this. Right? Now, I have random.range of a fixed number here. I need to change that, actually, the way that's done. Let's change that now. So random.range is 1 to 5 minus 1, which basically makes it 0 to 4, or 0 to 3. Minimum inclusive, max exclusive. Can I not actually make that 0 to 4? I feel like I tried to before and it wouldn't let me. So, and this should actually be an int, not a var. Although I think it says read only struct. Can I not make that an integer? I think I like that better. Yeah, so instead of saying 1 to 5, we're going to say enemy spawn points dot length plus 1. So our length is 4, so we want 5 there, so we'll do plus 1, and then we'll subtract 1 from the result of whatever that random number is. And then same thing in here. So basically I'm just going to copy this and paste it here, and then I'm going to do this same thing here, except this is going to say player spawn points, except I can't spell. I'm going to save that, and that way if we have more or less possible spawn points in a level, it won't matter. I won't have to update this. Alright, so we're going to test this. I just have to assign my things in my editor. Because it's going to remove all the references that I already put in. I'm pretty sure of it. Yep, we have zeros. So what we do is we lock the inspector, we open these up. These are our enemy spawn points, so we're going to drop them right here. And these are player spawn points, and we're going to drop them right here. We can unlock our inspector. We need to set our spawn delay in it to 2. Oops, no, not for that. I've got the wrong thing highlighted. Level manager. Game over delay 1. Enemy cap 8. We're not worried about that yet. This is editor info. We're not going to change that, so we're going to minimize that and save our scene. Go to main scene and go to game and play. Select level. Okay. I need to fix something. Variable tank prefab of spawn point has not been assigned. Okay. Go back to level 1. I know why. Because we edited these. the script on this. So these need an enemy. Those have a player. These have a 2-second delay. These all have 0. Save our scene. Back to main scene. Oh, you know what? That's interesting. I forgot to do something in the level manager. Well, for one, we want to delete the player. The start method, okay, spawn player, so int random, whoops. Player spawn points dot random dot add queue. Yes, I know about that. Okay. And I have a null reference exception. Why do I have a null reference exception? Enemy AI line 38 and HUD line 16. I know why. The player's not assigned to anything yet. So enemy AI line 38 is looking for an enemy or a player object. So what I need to do is probably spawn the player in awake on the level manager. I guess I can do that. I feel like that could potentially cause issues though. And then in HUD line 16, yep, same deal. Although I'm not exactly sure why it's didn't throw an error here, but it did here. We've still got issues. Why is tank prefab not found? I have a player prefab assigned to all those. So that's interesting. Okay. Make a couple other changes here to my projects stuff too. So the destroy disable helper, we can just move those to scripts because we've gone through those. The enemy AI script we've gone through. The instantiation helper is fine. I actually think the rest of these, so like crate, crates, I need to add an object array of what they'll be able to drop. We may add Unity events to those. So I think I'll just leave that in there for now. So HUD line 16, object reference not in awake. So why is it have, I don't know how it's finding this and not this. Wait, does my player prefab not have a health object on it? Yeah, it's got a damageable. Okay, we'll just change this to start. How about that? And we'll wait for scripts to recompile. That makes no sense. So, first of all, our spawn point, line 77, from where our level manager is calling on awake, calling spawn players in line 38, and then calling spawn points line 77. So our queue doesn't exist yet, is what it is. So that's interesting. Maybe let's try moving this back to start. That's the problem with decoupling everything and having all this single responsibility stuff is you run into issues with script timing. So you got to figure out what's dependent on each other. We're down to one error. Oh, never mind. Although we did spawn the player in a different place. So what happened there? So our HUD in line 16 is still not finding the player's information. And then our enemy AI, line 38, also does not know where the player is. That's the problem with spawning players in instead of already having them in the scene. So I think what we probably need to do is extend our enemy spawn delay just a little bit. Or we need to ensure that the HUD and the enemy AI scripts are run, compiled after the level manager. So here's how we can address that. We can go to project settings. First of all, let's stop the game. We can go to script execution order, and we can add the scripts that we want to change. I think I just added pathfinding by accident. I don't want that in there. I want it to do it whenever it does it. It's been working fine. So the ones that I want to manage, I want the I need the low level stuff to work first, right? So let's see. So we're having issues with enemy AI and HUD not knowing where a player is, right? So we need enemy AI, we need HUD, and the player is getting instantiated from the level manager, right? So the level manager needs to instantiate before those. And we have the HUD throwing the first error. So we'll probably let it wait just a little. It can go there, it's fine. And I'm just going to let those times be the default for now. We'll see if we still get an error. So we'll apply that. And we'll go back to our scene, actually our game view. Has to recompile everything first. And play, select level, player dropped in, and we still have an issue. Okay, so the HUD still does not have a reference to the player. Oh, you know what? No, so why is it not finding the damageable script on the player? That's what I don't understand. It finds it's not telling me that it can't find a player. So let's just look at this. On our UI manager, stats panel, nope. Where's our HUD script? Oh, it's on there. Okay, go to debug mode. Guess what? We don't have a reference to a player. Well, here's part of the problem. We're not looking for player now. We need to look for player clone, and that doesn't work. So script execution order didn't fix anything. So I'm actually going to undo that setting because I don't want anything in here that doesn't need to be. What did I just take off? Enemy AI, HUD, level manager, apply. Okay, so undo that, and then yeah, so it changes the name of the player object when it spawns it in, and it identifies it as a clone. So we're not looking for that when we do that find object. What we're going to do is we're going to change that line of code. Instead of looking for finding something by a player string, we're going to use something similar to what we used in the other method. So we're going to do equals find object of type and we're just looking for game object, right? So and we're going to do of type player. Actually, do I have a direct reference to player or just the player health? I have the player tank controller. You know what? This is fine. So we'll do it this way. Find object of type. We're going to do type of. And we're going to call it player. Player input handler. As actually, yeah, as game object. Nope. Nope, that doesn't work. Player input handler. Wait, did I just need an extra? No, how did I do that on that other thing? What was it in? Was not in tank controller, although I have some extra white space in there I need to get rid of. And it was not, well, that doesn't exist in that folder anymore. One of these, see this doesn't work either. That, and actually the other one I need to fix. So what was the other? There was another script that I did a thing where I did find an object of type as something, but I don't remember what it was. I know it's in a start or an awake method. It's not in player input handler. Tank controller. Nope. Damageable. No. You know what? I know what we can change it to. We can do this. Game object. Now, of course, I will have to fix that for, well, maybe not, because on multiplayer, this HUD is going to be client side, not server side. So, yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's see. So then in the enemy AI, we're actually just going to copy that line, and the target is going to be, well, I'm just going to paste this, and then I'm going to put it in as target, except it's a transform. Okay, we'll let that compile and then we'll try playing again. Come on, sometime today. What did my player spawn clear down there for? That was weird. But so line 15 in the HUD still threw an error. So we do need to make sure that the HUD runs after the level manager. That's not a problem. So we go back into our project settings, script execution order, and we add I keep accidentally clicking on this pathfinding stuff. So we want the HUD to come in after the level manager. Just apply that. Let that recompile. And we should be good to go. Except for one little detail. Hold that thought. My level manager in the... I also still have this on debug. Put that back on normal. My level manager prefab in the other scene. Let me go look at scenes, level 1, level manager. Yeah, we still have our spawn points. Go to scene view. Player spawn points. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's actually really low in the corner. I don't want it that low. Actually, I don't want it there at all. It's too close to another enemy spawn point. I think I am going to move it up here. I'm going to make the player face south instead of north. So let's just start a few times and see where all it puts us. And I'll also show you one other thing we got to fix. And we're actually going to do, we're going to implement one more thing in our level manager. It's going to take care of this and one other problem. So we're going to start. We still got a null reference on the HUD on line 15. So it does not like that find object of type .game object. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to add a slight delay. Actually, no, yeah. it'll be quicker to do it here than it will be to do it through the script execution order nonsense. So what we're going to do is we're just going to cut all of this. We're going to say start coroutine. No, we're not. We're going to say invoke a method called initialize after 1 second. And we're going to come down here. Actually, we're going to put it right here. We're going to say private void initialize and we're going to do all that stuff. Player spawns, enemy spawns, and the enemy chases the player. Okay. Quits menu. Now, watch what happens. There's already an enemy here, and now we have 2 players because we didn't destroy the other ones whenever we exited the game, even though we unloaded the level. And here's the reason why. The enemies and the players are put into the hierarchy under the main scene and not the loaded level scene. Yeah, so what we have to do is we're going to keep track of all of the objects we instantiate in the scene. So I'll show you something else. Let's go ahead and resume, and I'm just going to shoot a bunch of stuff. Okay. Now, we have some hit effects and things in the hierarchy. If we quit, okay, they don't get destroyed either. So if I select the level, now here's the problem. Even if I had other levels and I loaded in all of those things, now, okay, the hit effects and all that stuff, that's interesting. My my aiming is completely broken. And also we don't have references to those players. So, yeah. And I don't know why it says we have a reference to a text is broken. So that's weird. And I don't know what he's shooting at. He's just doing stuff. Anyway, yeah. So when we unload a level, we also need to destroy all the instantiated game objects in the process. So basically what we need to do is anything that we instantiate, we need to give it a parent of that level 1 object, not the main scene. So let's look into doing that. Now as far as the players and the enemy tanks are concerned, that's easy enough. It's keeping track of all of those other. Now I could make the object pools part of the level. But I'm not as worried about those yet as I am the enemy tanks and the players. So And the other thing that this is going to solve is once we have a list in our level manager of our what was I going to say? It solves the problem of quitting a level and loading back in. There was something else and now I forgot. Oh, keeping track of how many we have so that we can make sure we're not over our cap. That's what it was. So basically, we're going to come down here and we're going to do a private array of game objects called enemies. And actually, I'm not even going to call it an array. I'm going to do it a list of game object called, actually I'm going to say players equals new list game object, and then I have to actually use system collections generic stuff, clean that up, and then I need another one for enemies. And then these, I'm not actually worried about changing the parent that they instantiate under, because we'll be able to destroy all them whenever we unload the level anyway. Because what I'll just do is go through the list, and then I'll just call GameObject.destroy on each item in the list. So that's easy. I can do a for each loop, actually. I don't even have to do an array, loop through an array. So, basically then, whenever we instantiate or spawn an enemy in, so when we spawn an enemy tank, we want to, first of all, we're going to do a check. We're going to say if enemies, I'm going to rename that player list enemy list, and then I'm going to say if enemy list dot count is less than enemy cap, we'll spawn enemies. Okay, but now what we're going to do is we're going to make this enemy spawn points random add to queue return a game object of enemy. So then we go to our spawn points and we find our queue method, and we call game object, as a return value, and then here we simply return spawn queue.enqueue tank prefab. Nope, that's fine. Oh wait, no, we want the actual instantiated thing. So Okay. So we're going to say game object, new enemy. No, how are we going to do that? We enqueue a tank prefab, and then when we I'm not sure I'm handling this exactly properly, but I'm instantiating this tank. This actually returns a game object. Could I actually do this? I'm going to see if this works. So that should return the tank that we spawned in there, right? Or this should return the tank that we queued up. So we create the object in memory for the queue, but then we instantiate it into the game world. It becomes this object. Or it's referenced here in memory. So maybe what I need to do is I gotta think of another way to do this. Does my spawn point have a reference to the level manager? No. But I do have a reference to this from the level manager. So instead of this, I can say enemy spawn points at that random number dot get no. I need an event. That's what I need. I need an event. Okay. So we're going to add an item to the queue here. That's fine. We're going to make a public event in here. That we can go into spawn point and reference. So essentially we're going to make a Unity event here where we can call a method here. So basically whenever we instantiate this object, we reset the spawn delay. What we're going to do is we're going to do an on spawn enemy dot invoke I need to make the new Unity event up here first. So these things are like way out of order. Public Unity event that equals new Unity event. I want to return a game object. I think that's how I did that. Let me look back at this other script. Enemy AI. Yeah. I need to do using Unity engine.events. Also need to get rid of this. Okay. And then I want to pass in tank. Now, here's what's going to happen. In my level manager, I'm going to have a public method called add enemy to list, and it's going to be a game object enemy. Well, we'll just call it tank. And then we're going to say, when we call this method, we're going to say enemy list dot add tank. And then what we do is we go into our oh yeah, that's fine. Okay. So now we need to go into our level. We need to go to our spawn points. Yes, so what we're actually going to do is we're going to go into our spawn point prefab, because this should update on all the other things. We're going to add a listener or a subscriber. We're going to drag in our level manager, and we're going to call level manager add enemy to list. Right? So now if we look over here on one of these, that's been added. Okay, so we go back to scenes, main scene, and select level. And what you're going to find, I'm just going to pause the game like that, is over here, if we open this and look at our level manager, and we go to debug mode, we have our enemy list and player list, right? But if I hit resume, okay, I didn't add the players. Now that enemy did not add, so that's not good. That's interesting. I wonder why it didn't. Well, that's no good. So I wonder why it did not add that enemy to our list. Oh, I know why. That's the first enemy that spawned. Hold on. I didn't, well, no, that should have worked. Because I called spawn queue equals new. Reset. Wait, no, I reset spawn delay. No, the level manager calls the first one, add to queue. That's the only place we spawn an enemy tank. Oh, wait. That can spawn a player, too. So that complicates things. Let's see. Let me think about this. If we enemy list dot add tank. This actually should be in here. We're going to say add tank to list. And this is just going to be on spawn tank. And we're going to handle this in here. So we're going to say if tank dot if tank dot get component enemy AI is not equal null, add the tank to that list, else player list dot add tank. See what that does. Hello to whoever just popped in. I saw my viewer count increase. So I'm working on a game for a school project. This is my senior project for my software development degree. And I decided to make a game in Unity because that's the kind of thing I've been focusing on for the past couple of years on my own while I've been in school. And right now I'm just working on implementing some additional features. So I need to change a couple things here. I got to go to back to my level manager, I think. No, my spawn point. So I'm going to go to my prefabs, spawn point, on spawn tank, get out of debug mode because that's not what we want here. On spawn tank is empty. We're going to do that. we're going to go to Level Manager and add a function, add tank to list. And then make sure all of our spawn points reflect that update. Yeah. Alright. Make sure our scene's saved. We're going to back to our main scene, hit play. And so if you are there, by the way, would you do me a favor, let me know in chat how the audio level is. If there's anything I can do to improve that. You should hear a little bit of background music, and I have the game audio muted for the time being, but we can test that as well if you're willing to provide me that feedback. So, okay, I got the player spawned and the enemy spawned. But my lists are still empty. And I don't know why. So these debugs are coming from this method call. But it is not adding those objects to these lists. And I don't know why. So, we'll do some more debugs. First, let me go quit the game. And we'll do a debug.log. And we're going to say adding tank to enemy list. Actually, we're going to say trying to add. And then we're going to just copy that, paste it here, and change this to player. Should be able to come back in here then. And they left. Let me see something here. I'm just gonna do a test. Okay, that shows up in chat. So, hi to myself. Let's see. I got a bunch of buttons pop up here. Let's play with my Twitch app. Okay, well, it came up rather quickly, so I know if somebody pops up in chat, I will see it right away. I don't guess there's any harm in me watching myself on Twitch, so. Alright. Let's test this again. Get those debug.logs. Loading the level. Now, why all of a sudden was that? Okay. So, alright. Trying to add tank to player list. Right? So if I go in here, level manager, my lists are empty. So that's interesting. I know why. Maybe. We're gonna try this. So I'm just gonna copy this. Actually, I'm just gonna copy the whole thing. And then I'm going to remove these from here. And in Awake, I'm just gonna paste it, and then I'm gonna remove this part. And then I'm going to fix my formatting, save my file. I think that might be the problem. If this works, then I'll just delete the debug.logs. Okay. Level manager. Still no. I don't understand. You know what? Let's just try killing an enemy and see what happens. Still no. We got the debug messages that we're trying to add them to the list, but they're not adding to the list. So that's interesting. I think it might be time to Google something. Alright, let's go here and do, Maybe I need to use start instead of awake. Maybe that's the thing. Yep, that's what the very first forum post I found regarding this issue brought up. So that should do it. Nope. It did not do it. And oh, it spawned them in the same spawn points. That's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen it do that before. Also, one other thing I noticed, and maybe actually I fixed it inadvertently, was my menu system, the level loading screen before. See, now it covers the whole screen where it did not at one point. And I think it was because, no, see, this is still constant pixel size. That has an error. $1287.20 menu. Okay, so now this, the background there, that should fix that again. Save. Turn that back off. I don't understand that. Hey, you started following me last night. Welcome back. Where's the trying to add tank debug coming from? Okay, so, I have in this level manager script, I'm instantiating the lists in start, and then I have a public method that adds a tank to list and it receives an object of tank, and I'm getting the tank because it's printing the names in the console. So, and actually I don't know how well you can read this depending on your screen and all that. I guess it's only a 1080p stream, so it might be legible. I don't know. So then I'm checking to see if it's an enemy tank. If it's not, or if it is, I'm adding it to enemy list, supposed to be, and if it's not, I'm adding it to the player list. Now how this method gets called and where that tank comes from is this spawn point that has a Unity event that passes in the game object, and it's just passing in the tank that it just instantiated. When this event fires, it passes it to this subscribed method. So that's where I'm stuck. I think the next thing I'm going to try is changing from game object to transform, because I know those behave differently sometimes. And this is the first time I'm actually trying something like this. I'm just kind of coming up with this off the cuff, so let's see, we're gonna do tank.transform, and then should work. Maybe test the list as public, also print list length after adding, just to confirm. So you're saying maybe that's not actually just showing up in the debugger, but it's actually there? I suppose that's possible. So we'll just do debug.log enemy list.count. I'll just worry about that one, because if it works, players should be working, and if and we're going to spawn more enemies than we are players, so we'll see the count go up in the console, right? So switch back over. Yeah, this is the most I've ever messed with Unity events. I've used C# events mostly in the past. I've always tended to do things more programmatically than in the inspector. But I had mentioned at one point earlier, this project originally, I followed a tutorial to help me get through most of it. This was for a 10-day game jam, and I wanted to I used all the resources I could to get the thing working, and I did, I had it working mostly. There should be a link somewhere on the channel to my itch page, and you could find the original version of the game there. It's even playable in the browser if you're interested. So let's load, and now it's saying that there are a whole bunch of objects in that list. Trying to add tank to player list. Count 9. Count 10. What? There shouldn't be that many. That doesn't even make sense. But just for giggles, let's go over here and there's 11 and 12. Except these are still showing as 0. Okay, let's try the public method. If that doesn't work, I'm going to change it to transform. Still empty. Okay. So we're going to change the list to transforms. Oops, that's not what I wanted to change. Without debug mode, what? Changing it to public didn't work, and it at one point it was increasing the counts, but it wasn't showing up. Like, the count didn't make sense. It was showing like 10 and 12 objects for the list count, but there shouldn't have been that many, so I don't know what that was. And it still didn't add them to the list in the inspector. So I changed to transforms. And we're going to select level, start, pause the game so I can open this, pick my level manager. Okay, I got public lists still. I left them on public. If I hit resume, yeah, we're spawning. We got one enemy. So if I go kill him, there we go. We're going to spawn 2 more, and the count increased to 2, and then 3. So that's counting correctly. It's just not showing up in here. So that's weird. Maybe it's a bug in the version of Unity? Yeah, so back in normal view, I'm in public. I did change to transforms. It is counting correctly now. So let's try this. So the problem I was having before was, do I have editor play mode options enabled? Oh, I think I know what you're talking about, and yes, I think I do. Editor play mode settings enabled. I have reload scene, and I turned off reload domain so I could actually run the game faster when I haven't made any code changes. Do you think disable that? Or disable the whole thing? Yes. The whole thing? Okay, we'll try it. Go back to game view. Yep, that is why I had those options checked. But for testing purposes, this is fine. Well, we still don't have, oh, pickup. Oh, I got a null reference exception for some reason. It's still not adding them to the list. Huh. I broke something with my pickups at some point, apparently. Okay, let's see what I broke here. So I got null reference exception on line 29 and line 58. So that's weird. Line 29 and 58 are brackets. What? Oh wait, that's in crate. Crate was line 46. Pickup was line 29. So crate line 46 is instantiate pickups. Pickup line 29. Okay, well, that's the whole player thing again. So that explains that. Yeah, so I actually had to change to this. So player is that dot game object. And I may wind up having to move that to start. We'll see. Okay, so changing to transform didn't fix anything. Changing the settings for the editor thing didn't work. Making the list public didn't work. Let me try Googling again. Unity list of objects not showing in inspector. The list shows, it just doesn't populate. Oh, that explains why. Okay, it's not going to show up in the inspector because, well, that doesn't make sense either, because it's the same thing as having an object reference to another game object, but this let me see. Yeah, so the first thing I find in Unity forum says Unity serialization system. Need another type to wrap the array and create a list of that wrapper type instead. So I think the answer to my problem is it is actually adding it to a list. I just can't see it. Wait, try it on 2023.2.3f1 shows that's what I'm on 3.19, but whatever. Or I'm on 2022.19 or .3.19 f1. Shows game objects added to the list. So maybe it's the version I'm using. Maybe they fixed that. In a newer version. But the count that I'm getting does seem like it's actually working. But I have a test for that. First of all, I need to fix this pickups thing. Actually, I think I did. Let's run this. Oh, by the way, how's my volume levels? Particularly the background music, if you can even hear it. Cool, thank you. Okay, see, now here's the weird thing. My list count just kept going up from what it was. So I find that strange. Yeah, see, and we just spawn 2 more. Let's go see if my pickups are fixed. Yep. Pickups are fixed. It was just a reference to the player it was having trouble with. Now, I died, but my game didn't end properly. Why not? I had to have broken something. Because I just had that working earlier. So what I did here was in my was it level manager or was it no? How did I do it? I forget. I gotta look at my script. My menu system has a disable or no end game method that has a reference from the level manager. So the level manager has open game over screen after delay, which gets called on end game, which gets called when my player dies. So for some reason my player dying now is broken. Yeah, that got destroyed. So on dead, I'm supposed to have a prefab for the level manager. And then we call level manager in game. Is the level manager referenced from project window from scene? So I have the level manager saved as a prefab, and it's just supposed to call the method from it, and I'm using the prefab in the level 1 hierarchy, which gets loaded in asynchronously into or additively into the main scene. And I actually tested this a little while ago and it worked. I'm not sure what broke. Are you saying that's why it's not showing the lists? Well, my counter's working correctly now. Maybe it's referencing the prefab, not the object in the scene. Could be. I do need to update my pathfinding script for my enemies to where, at least for higher levels of difficulty, where they actually detect each other as objects to avoid. Let's just look and see if it's doing anything different now. So, level manager. Yeah, see, it's still not adding those to the list, but my count is increasing as I spawn new enemies. So, here's the next test. I forgot to test dying and getting the end game scene or game over menu. Get at least one kill. Now I'll let them kill me. Oh wow, it did not count my final score. So that's interesting. Oh, I know. Wait, no, I don't know why. For some reason, I think the problem is Unity events. Because I should have had a score of 1 right there. See, it's showing my kill count of 1. And that is supposed to get passed through the Unity event when this opens. Yeah, so we call menu system instance.endgame and we pass in kill count. And then the menu system endgame receives that score and is supposed to set that in the final score.txt, which it references right here. But my text says final score 0. So it's not passing. Oh, I know why. I think. I know exactly why that didn't work. Well, no, I don't know why. Because let's try it a different way. Instead of passing the score, we're going to create a public int score get set. Do not want set to be private. I do want to capitalize the S, and then when I call the method from level manager, instead of passing kill count, I will set the score first. Menu system instance dot score. Whoops. Why can I not hit the thing? Equals kill count. So we'll just set that, and then we'll call that way instead of trying to pass it. As I think you might be onto something with having the issue between the loaded scenes. Same for being able to see that list. I'm going to get rid of these debugs. And then we're actually going to do one more thing. Actually, I think having those public is fine. I just want to rename this. I always do that without hitting rename. So because those are public, one thing I want to do in my menu system is I want to get the, let's see, when I do quit to main menu, I want to say for each transform tank in oh, I don't have a reference to the level manager here, do I? That's okay, I think we can fix this. Make sure that doesn't throw any new errors. Where was I at? In level manager dot could also test taking the level manager reference after scene is loaded, or check if the prefab in project shows those items. Test taking the level manager reference after scene is loaded, or check if the prefab in project shows those items. Wait, so do you mean when the game's running, check the prefab down here in the project folders to see if it shows the list in the inspector? Oh, I could have done that while that was actually loaded. Interesting thought. So, well, I'm in debug, normal. What did I just change? Because it's not even showing those lists now. I left them as public. Now, is it because I changed them to static? Did that mess me up? Because it's not showing those lists at all. Static doesn't show an inspector. That makes sense. Okay, well, the reason I did that, changing them to static, was because I wanted to access them in here. Because I want to destroy each object. I want to see if this works. So basically, if I've died... Oh, that's another thing. Wait a minute. I'm not removing those from that list when the tanks get destroyed. I think I need to do this a different way. Instead of keeping those lists. Yeah, I'm over-engineering this is what I'm doing. So I think the only thing I need to do in here is do a private int enemy count. Or do I even need to do that? Well, I do. I do need to keep track of how many enemies are in the scene because I want to cap the enemy count per level, and I want to be able to adjust that based on difficulty. So that's why I added that there. So then I'll have an enemy count. Let's get rid of these. Alright, so I just wasted a bunch of time. So if we're going to change this to enemy count, and then instead of adding tank to list, we're actually going to make enemy count a public no, we're not. It'll be a public property, but it'll be well, yeah, we can do static because that way I can access it from the class level. And then every time, let me capitalize that. So then essentially in spawn point, I don't need to have this on spawn tank. I need to do level manager dot enemy count plus plus. That's what I need to do. Or well, crap. Okay. If tank dot get component enemy AI. Does not equal null. Then we'll do that. Okay. Now, need to find all tank objects in scene and destroy them when exiting level. Unloading level scene. So I need to do that. That's what I was trying to get to. Let's see. So I think that's good for that. Now, one other thing I need to do is the damageable script. Oh, wait, I know how to do that. Okay. Public void decrease enemy count. Enemy count minus minus. And then all we do is we go into the enemy prefab and we add this to now what I could do instead of having this as static so that I can see this in the inspector is I could add a static method, a getter method. And then this could actually just be private. And it could actually also be a serialized field. And we'll just do that. Return enemy count. I don't think I can return enemy count because it is not static. Well, crap. Can I do that? No, not get enemy count, you stupid thing. No, I don't want... Unity is really weird with static stuff. Or I guess it's C#, not so much Unity. So that doesn't work, so we're going to go back to doing the public static thing. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted to do. I'll just add some debug.logs, that's what I'll do. I guess I can reference it in there. Yay. Copy that. Save that. Go to spawn point, where we're increasing enemy count. And we're going to do debug.log. Level manager.enemy count. Okay. Hey, has somebody else joined our little party here without saying hello in chat? Alright, now let's restart. I think I need to uncheck that other, or recheck that other option so that doesn't take so long next time. Okay. Debug.log 1. And then we kill this guy. We should get a 2 and then a 3. And actually, I did not get this debug.log on... oh, I know why. I forgot to hook it up. Enemy prefab. Get rid of debug mode. On dead. Level manager. Actually, this right here is the reason I made the level manager prefab, is because I could drop it into Unity events on other stuff, on things from other scenes. And we want to decrease enemy count whenever an enemy dies. And that should not affect our player. So the player's on dead ends the game. We're going to go back in our settings and change that. That's better. Well, see, now my number shows 4, which is weird. So it's strange that that enemy count hangs out. Instantiating level manager into scene makes copy of it. Well, okay, what kind of problems might that cause me then when I go making multiple levels, and because the level manager is going to be attached to each individual scene. So like my main scene, I don't have level manager here. The level manager exists within the scene, and it is the prefab. It's not unpacked or anything, but they'll all have those same methods that can be called. Wrong button. This is what I want. So they'll all have the... Okay. Oh, I finished my caffeine. So apparently static also causes problems with this. My enemy count works. My score still did not work. I should have had 2. Why did my score not work? Also, when I quit the menu, I didn't disable my game over screen. So I need to fix that. Menu system. Quit to main menu. I need to set the game over menu dot set active to false. I don't think that's the way to do that. I think the way to do it is in the spawner. Anytime I spawn a anytime I spawn a tank, tank dot game object dot set parent, no, transform dot set parent. Find scene objects of type find objects of type all scene dot scene manager dot active scene, get active scene. Get scene by I can set them to the parent as a parent of the level manager. Because spawn point does not have a reference to the level manager. Although it probably could. That's okay. Let's just see where they spawn in at when I do that. And then they'll just be destroyed whenever Actually, I should cache the level manager is what I should do if I'm going to do that. Otherwise, it's got to go find that every time. Well, let's see if that works. If it does, then I'll cache it. So we play. Select level, start. And I have a player tank, and I have enemy tanks, and guess what? They are children of the level manager. And run away. And all that stuff still works. Now the problem is the audio visual stuff still comes up here. So basically, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go make a I'm going to make a prefab parent object in my scene. So instead of it being a child of the level manager, actually I could just make it a child of the map. Nah. I'll create an empty object holder. And I'm just going to make an empty script. Object holder. My background music has words in it. I don't like that. I'll find a different one next time. Okay, then I'm going to take this script, I'm going to put it on this object to easily identify it, because I like finding things by their script name rather than an object name. Come on. Okay, now I can add it. Object holder. Go into our script. We're going to remove all this junk, and we're just going to add a comment here that says this identifies the scene object that will be a parent of all instantiated tanks, visual effects, sound effects, etc. This way, they all get destroyed. When the scene is unloaded. Yay. Alright, save that, close it. Not pin it, close it. We don't need it open. Okay, now we gotta do a couple things here. So we have that object holder. Let's go back to our spawn point, and we're going to do find object of type. And instead of level manager, we're going to use object holder. and then set that transform as the parent. So save that, and we are going to do this dot set parent. I'm going to copy that. Actually, we're going to do dot transform dot set parent, etc. And then we're going to go through our other scripts. And so we have a projectile that has, let's see, an asset reference projectile.prefab. Actually, I think the tank controller instantiates this, if I'm not mistaken. So we have a handle shoot method that does instantiate right here. So we're going to do this, paste that, and we're going to say projectile dot transform, and then all that stuff instantiates right there. Now, I have some other stuff. I have an instantiation helper script. So create, we're passing in, so, okay, so basically what I need to do is do go dot transform dot set parent. I have 2 dots. Save that. That actually will fix a lot of stuff. See, I use this as a little script on all of my particles and things, so that'll help clean that up. More meetings. Alright, dude. Good luck with that. Thanks for hanging out for a while. Let's see. So, that should make all of my things that instantiate, sound effects, audio, everything should instantiate inside the level, inside the scene, the level scene, rather than in the main scene with the menus, so that when we unload the scene, everything gets destroyed. If it stopped compiling so I could save my scene. There we go. Okay, now we go to scenes, main scene, game view, play, load level, and all of our objects are instantiating under our object holder. Nothing's instantiating in the main scene, so that's awesome. Now I have a kill count of 1, and I'm willing to bet my 2. I'm dead, and my final score does not update correctly, so I gotta fix that. Alright. Let's see. So, menu system, game over menu has a score object. Now it's getting set, but it's getting set to 0 for some reason. So I know why, I think. Maybe. Go to menu system. So we're doing a final score plus This should be score dot to string. Maybe that'll do it. I think if this works, I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to take a nap. Going on 4 hours plus here, which I'm pretty new to this streaming thing, so that's a while. Score of 1. See how many I can get. I should probably go find a pickup. Yeah. Well, I got reload speed. I'm about to die. Yep, they got me. I still got 0. What the crap? Why is my score not getting set? I'm setting the score equal to the kill count before I call end game. So why does referencing this instance.score not update? Score is just a public int. It's got a getter and a setter. How is it 0? I'm still debug.logging enemy counts. Okay. My score is... My tanks destroyed is 1. So that's my kill count on my level manager. Kill count is 1. Kill count is 2. Alright, kill me. Final score 0. It's saying that my kill count is 0. Level manager line 66. Wait a minute. Am I not incrementing my kill count? I bet you that's what it is. For references. So I have a reference to it in damageable. I have a reference to the level manager. Kill count plus plus. Does that not work? No, my kill count is up because right there it shows 3. And yet when I print it on line 66, it's showing 0. Why is this 0? That does not make sense. Let's try this. I don't know why it might make a difference, but it really shouldn't. Hey, I'm seeing my viewer count increase. How you guys doing? I am curious as to where and what time zone people are tuning in from, so I can kind of figure out maybe what time of day I should try to stream. Because I have noticed of the few times I've streamed that it's about this time of morning that people start actually showing up. So I'm curious. Okay, I'm confused. It's still showing 0, even though right here my kill count is 2. And it's on this script. I mean, that kill count shows 0. So is that what it is doing? Is referencing this level manager instead of this from the enemies? See, but okay, then how do I update this? Where's it at? Indamageable. How do I update so that this level manager? So yeah, see, it's referencing the one. Well, no, the decrease enemy count seems to be functioning in this. Wait a minute. Did I not? Hold on. Where? Wait a minute. Where am I increasing kill count? Indamageable. Not in the spawn point. Or not in the... So damageable has a reference to... So the Undead Unity event that's invoked here. Well, if damageable has a reference to level manager, I could just call level manager... Well, I'm calling level manager kill count, and that's not working. But it is adjusting the other stuff based on a Unity event. So wait, why is level manager not... Like when I call awake, it's finding an object in here. So do I also need to say if on dead I need to drag in the prefabs for the other things into here and tell them to update instead of referencing those here? So basically, this would get commented out. I'd take my enemy prefab, go to the on-dead event in the inspector. I have a level manager there. I just need to add the kill count. I need to add a method in level manager to increment kill count. And I need to, although somehow that's getting incremented. That's what I don't understand. No, it's not. The Unity event that decreases. Okay, so I need a Unity event on the level manager to increase kill count. So basically when I decrease the enemy count, I can say kill count plus plus. I can use a reference for this. Get rid of that debug. Get rid of this debug. I can actually just test by playing to make sure it actually works like it's supposed to. So then for this, I just need, and I need to spawn enemy tanks anytime we decrease the enemy count because an enemy died. I can just call that from there. And then I just need to... Do I have a HUD prefab? Because all I need to do is update tanks destroyed in the HUD. And technically I can make a HUD reference in the level manager because that's the only thing I do in here. So if I do a HUD reference in the level manager and just update that from there, because I don't have a prefab for HUD. Yeah, so I think instead of referencing HUD in here, or the level manager, actually, so the HUD is now actually, let's see, yeah, it's here. I already have a reference to the level manager in the HUD. So if I just call update tanks destroyed, see, now this level manager works though. This finds an object of type level manager and gets the kill count, and that works. I don't understand why it doesn't work for anything else. But, okay. So, what if on... I also feel like I should rename this. So I have one asset reference to HUD that's in level 1, and I have okay, so I don't have a Unity event in here for that, do I? Alright, I'm just gonna add a reference to it. Screw it. Let's see, private. Let's do it here. Private HUD. Can't type. HUD equals, no, not equals. Go down here to awake. HUD equals find object of type HUD, and then after we do kill count plus plus, we do HUD dot update tanks destroyed. See if that still works or if I broke that. And another debug.log to get rid of. Null reference exception. Yay. Level manager line 76. So why can this not find a reference to so this is saying HUD is retrieve any active loaded object. Find the first active loaded object. Maybe I need to do that in start. Okay, I'm going to save that. Try this one more time. Okay, so restart the game. See if my kill count updates on the bottom. Null reference, of course. Okay, so I'm having an issue with my using a level manager prefab. is causing problems. Like, that's causing all kinds of problems. So, level manager at line 76. HUD.update tanks destroyed is being called for this decrease enemy count method, which is being called by a Unity event from damageable on the enemy. So the enemy has this Unity event. When it dies, it calls a level manager decrease enemy. Here's the problem. This is referencing the one in the... So I think damageable actually needs to get... Somehow it needs to assign the level manager in the hierarchy to... So this is... I don't like Unity events. I prefer C# events, and I'm probably going to have to go through this entire project and convert them over. Which means, unfortunately, I'm doing a lot of reference updating. I'm gonna have to think about this. I'll be honest, I kind of had a feeling that was going to break everything, because that was kind of where I was getting led to when I started having issues earlier. Where is this coming from? Let's get rid of that debug. I know the enemy count works. That's like the one thing that does work right now. Maybe level manager just needs to be a singleton. Maybe that'll solve some problems. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make so there's 4 references to level manager. There's 1 in spawn point and 2 in HUD, except yeah, we're gonna have to update that. We're gonna have to update all those. Yeah. Which means enemy count does not need to be static anymore. And so if instance equals null, instance equals this, else destroy game object. Let's see if making it a singleton fixes some stuff. So, like I said, I have to update in HUD and in the spawn point. So spawn point should now have an error. So this should say .instance object reference is required for the non-static field method or property level manager dot instance. Oh yeah, instance has to be static, that's why. And then in HUD, instead of getting a reference to level manager, we say level manager dot instance dot kill count. So let's see how many things I just broke. I'm prepared for 1,000 error messages. Oh wow, I didn't get any. Holy crap. That gave me an error. Level manager line 88. Called from damageable. Well, this was called from damageable. HUD. So HUD is apparently null in level manager. Nope. UI manager, HUD is right there. So why is it null? What is not set to an instance of an object? On line 88. Is it the update tanks destroyed? Calls something? Tanks destroyed.text. See, it's not giving the error here. It's giving the error here, which means HUD. HUD is the only reference to object. Let's see. So, all right, let's just do this. Attach to Unity. We're going to try this debug thing one time, and then if that doesn't work, I'm going to so projectile line 50, damageable line 38 real quick. Damageable dot hit for damage. Line 38 on dead dot invoke. And on my enemy prefab, that calls the level manager decrease enemy count. And then that calls a bunch of other stuff. So, but it's saying HUD is null. Even though I have a reference to HUD. And it's not null. Because, well, I done unloaded the level, but it showed in the inspector that the HUD was not null on our. So I'm going to get a breakpoint whenever it has that error again. Okay. HUD is showing null here. Even though if I go to my inspector, so this level manager, we're actually showing an enemy count of -2 somehow. That's weird. With a kill count of 3. HUD is null. How do we have 3 kill count? And we're showing 0 player spawn points. I think having a level manager prefab is an error. Because Unity treats that stuff weird. Apparently. Okay, so let's try this. I'm going to go to my level 1 scene. I'm going to unpack my prefab for the level manager. I'm going to go back to normal inspector mode. Kill count is going to be 0. I don't know why it was set to 3 like that. That's kind of weird. I'm going to go to prefabs. I'm going to delete this level manager prefab. I'm going to save this. Now, my enemies, here's a problem. So, yeah, the object is missing that references this on dead Unity event. So, what I was subscribing to there was the level manager decrease enemy count function, method, whatever. So by doing this, I can't reference something out of the scene. It won't let me do it. It has to be a prefab. So I can't do that out of from a Unity event. So essentially what has to happen then is damageable has to have a reference to the level manager. Although now that I've made it an instance, it should be easier. Right? So if I go back to damageable, we're gonna uncomment this. And then level manager is actually going to be this dot instance. And then I'm just going to copy this. And then I need to get a reference to HUD. So technically my HUD should also be an instance, right? Because I'm only ever going to have one of those in a scene at a time. So this should be public static HUD instance. Really ought to just make those I instead of instance, but whatever. And then we go into, we need an awake method. And we say if instance is null, instance equals this, else destroy game object. And it should be fine anyway, but now anywhere the HUD is referenced can be referenced by instance, and we can remove all that other junk. So in level manager We can remove private HUD. And down here we can say, well, we actually don't need that. And then down here we say HUD.instance. Okay. Now, do all of my references of level manager call instance? Yes. What about HUD? 4 references. HUD.instance, so I've got to fix it in pickup. So I don't need a reference to this, and I don't need a assignment in awake. And where it says HUD.update, I need to do HUD.instance. And I'm going to replace the dot as well. So HUD dot paste, and here just hit tab and it'll autocomplete. Save that. So now in damageable, I'm going to do the same thing. So here I'm doing the level manager.instance kill count, all this stuff, except down here I'm also doing kill count plus plus. I'm decreasing the enemy count. So let's find all references to enemy count. So I'm setting, so I have a level manager instance enemy count plus plus in spawn point, and then all of my references to enemy count. Wait, I want to reference decrease. No. What about kill count? No. That's, so decrease enemy count was being called on a Unity event on damageable. We're not doing that anymore. So technically this method, instead of saying enemy, let's see. So level manager does that. Damageable. HUD instance update tanks destroyed. I could do level manager instance and rename that method, because this is where I was using it, right? So instead of saying kill count plus plus, because that's in here, I can just say decrease enemy count. Or I can say handle enemy destroyed. Right? Handle enemy destroyed. So it reduces the enemy count, increases the kill count, updates the HUD, and spawns enemy tanks. Just from that. So I actually don't need to reference the HUD here or this. I just need to handle enemy destroyed. And then spawn enemy tanks. Actually, I don't even have to do this here. I can just make one method call, and then because I already called spawn enemy tanks in there anyway, right? So I should be good. Maybe. If I didn't, I don't know what else. What else did HUD did? All the HUD references now are HUD.instance. So I should be good. See if Unity throws me any errors, or if everything updates properly when I run the game. Okay. Levels saved. So I should not have... Well, let's make sure I don't have anything else with missing objects on Unity events. So that one's good. On HP changed, I've got an extra thing here with no objects, so I don't know what that's about, but that health bar thing is there, and I've got a missing object here on dead. And I have a feeling that was from when I tried to implement the Unity event that yeah, we'll just see if everything happens like it's supposed to and go from there. That should be fine. Let me see. What about pickups? Pickup scripts. Because I looked at that a little bit ago. I think it only gets references to the... Well, no, okay, I updated the HUD instance on those. Let's just play it and see what happens. Okay. I got a health upgrade. It updated in the HUD. I destroyed a tank. It updated in the HUD. I got a kill. Okay, repair. See if I can get a reload speed upgrade real quick. Come on, spawn. Nice. Okay, it updated that. And that's a repair. That's okay. Okay, I'm just gonna go out here and die now. So I've got 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'm dead. My game did not end. I got null references on the enemy AI. For find object of type player input handler on start. What? Oh, see, that was when the thing... Okay. So, that's because enemies spawned after I died, and I wasn't there to be found. I should put a check in there so I don't get a null reference exception though. Technically, this should not be called after the player dies. And my game over thing didn't happen, so I got to fix that. So the game over thing happens when the player dies. I need to go to the damageable and say ondead.invoke. So my damageable scripts, I can't put the level manager on there to get the Unity event for to call end game. So what I'll actually do is I will say, and this is a temporary solution because we have a multiplayer thing to consider. But instead of doing this GameObject.tag, I'm going to say GameObject.getComponent of enemy AI. And then I'm going to say if GameObject.getComponent of player input handler, and then I'll say level manager.instance dot in game. Right, so if the game ends as soon as we call end game, right, as soon as the player dies, game end gets called in level manager, timescale sets to 0, enemies stop spawning and things like that. So now the only other thing I'm trying to figure out is how to fix this kill count thing. So I have a reference in HUD and a reference which uses level manager.instance, and then I've got a menu system.instance. Okay, so if I replay now, I just need one kill and I'm gonna die just to see if it actually ends the game like it should this time and gives me my kill screen. And if it does and updates my score, I will be ecstatic. So there's one kill. Here, come shoot me. Okay. It froze time, but it did not open the menu. So that's interesting though, because before it froze time and opened the menu. Now it didn't open the menu because why? So this happens in menu system, and when we call endgame. So what we do is we do level manager endgame, sets time scale to 0, and then calls and invoke this, right? Invokes open screen after delay. Open game screen after delay is supposed to set the menu system instance score equal to the kill count, and then set menu system.instance.endgame, which is this method, which we set pause to true because that's how what we do in the script. Then we set our final score text, and then we set the game over menu active to true. But this isn't getting called after the 1 second, and I think it's because we froze time. I fixed this problem before. Oh, I know why. I know exactly why. No, game over delay is set to 1. That's not a thing. So that's not what's broke. So, okay. We do some more debugs. Level manager. I don't think I need spawn points open right now. Those are working. Tank controller is working. The HUD works. The enemy AI for now is working. Crates are fine. Pickups are fine. Projectiles fine. Instantiation helper is fine. Damageable. That remains to be seen because this is supposed to be calling this thing here. Why is that internal? Oh, I know why. Wait, no I don't. Why is that internal? One reference. Damageable. Dot hit on line 50. And projectile. That should be a public. Anyway, so let's see if we've reached this. So debug .log reached menu, reached end game in menu system. Save that. Let's actually copy that because I'll make a few versions of that. So this is going to be reached invoked. Well, let's just do this here. Copy. Reached this. So let's see if that runs. I have a feeling it's something to do with the timescale thing. Sometime today. I got 1 kill. Now, I'm going to pause that for a second. Our level manager shows 1 kill count. We're not getting any debug.logs, so it's when we're freezing time that these things are not working properly. Okay, so we're going to do something slightly different. We are going to see now when we do our pause thing. We freeze time, it pops a menu open. But I don't think the invoke thing works with time scale set to 0. So we're not going to be able to do this here. What I think we have to do is set time scale in this menu. Not what I wanted. Right? Because time scale doesn't matter in the UI, in the menus, but it does have its consequences in here when we have things that are trying to run based on a timer, like this game over delay. So what we have to do here is we have to disable. So we're gonna set is we're gonna make a level manager property. This is just going to be private. Actually, it's going to be public. Public bool is game over. We're going to set that to false initially. So, but then what's going to happen is yeah. So we're going to stop spawning enemies, and we're actually going to stop enemies from shooting. So I'm going to get the I'm going to grab the, I think, is it enemy AI? And we're going to go to our, wherever we're doing the onShoot.invoke, right? So we have this player detector.target visible thing. Actually, we're just going to wrap this whole update method in one if statement. So we're going to say if level manager dot instance dot is game over. And that needs to be false. And we're going to take, I got to zoom out here a little bit, all of this and we're just going to plop it right in there, and then we're just going to fix our indentations and remove a little white space. Oops, undo, save, not duplicate. So now all of that is wrapped in if game is not over, essentially. So if game is over, all of this is going to stop. We're not going to invoke any more shoot events, no more movement, nothing. So then what we're going to do is if it is, we're actually going to invoke this movement right here. So I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to say else stop. Just stop moving. And we actually should also probably do on aim turret invoke a actually no, we don't need to invoke anything else. We're just not going to update any methods. It won't matter. We're just not going to shoot anymore. But it will stop the tank from moving in its tracks. So, and then we're going to say that the game is over if the player has been killed. So what we'll do is when we call end game, we're basically going to say is game over is equal to true. And that's going to be that. It defaults to false, so if we instantiate a new level, then, because this gets destroyed when we unload the level, or at least it should. So let's try that. I think I broke something. I got red stuff in the in Unity. That might go away. Okay. Okay, we're in game. Let's go kill a tank. I just want my one score to show up on the They died, the menu popped up, my score is there, and I got all my debugs that we reached the end game in the menu system. I'm happy. I think that's a good way to end the stream. Holy cow. Okay, so yeah, 5.5 hours later, we got a lot done tonight, though. One thing I didn't do yet, so I think we'll work on it probably, let's see, today's Friday, right? So, yeah, probably this afternoon. Well, I think this afternoon I need to finish. I need to actually work on getting some documentation done for the testing for this, because that's something I got to turn in for class. So, I think it's nap time for me, and then one thing I want to do first is go clear those debug messages, because I like using them for testing. I don't like leaving them there for ever. So yeah, debug.logs, once they've served their purpose, they go away. I have another one somewhere. Where's it at? Maybe I only had the 2. Okay. Yeah, it was just a 2, wasn't it? Alright, that's cool. Alright, well, that's going to do it for the stream. I appreciate everybody who popped in and out and has been watching, even if you're lurking. And I will hopefully see you all again probably late tomorrow night again. So early tomorrow morning, I guess, or late. So yeah, late tonight, early tomorrow morning, something like that. And then what we'll plan on doing, I'm just going to actually open this up. Well, as soon as this finishes, I need to go back and change that one setting. Because I don't know if I did. What are you doing to me? I did change it. So we reload the scene. We don't reload the domain on play mode. I thought that was supposed to stop that from recompiling every time we made changes, but I don't know. Maybe I just need to look into that hot reload thing. But anyway, so yeah, we're in our level 1 scene, and the next thing we are going to work on is our stats panel. Yeah, so we're going to work on updating that. We're going to make this a little nicer, probably a little bigger, and add some more things that we can update. We're probably gonna, we're not gonna have numbers for HP. We'll have an actual health bar of some kind. I don't know how exactly we'll do that yet. And we will have probably what we'll do is change this from reload delay to like a reload speed, and we'll have so many. Maybe we'll have a bar that has increments that it can go up, and we'll keep track of a level of upgrade, like an upgrade level. And then we have our score. We'll also add like a speed for movement speed and a speed for turret. And I think one more upgrade, maybe damage output, something like that. So, and we'll have different levels for that, and we'll play with those options. So, yeah. So that's something else I want to do, and that's gonna go towards next week's work for class. But that's what I want to work on for tomorrow, next session, next live stream. So anyway, again, thanks guys for being here, and I will catch you next time. See ya.